The city was quiet when Grace Daniels stepped off the early bus with a small tote bag on her shoulder and a thermos of tea in her hand. Her shoes were clean, but not new. She walked with the steady pace of someone who knew how to plan her day, down to the minute. The sun was still low, and the tall glass building where the Caldwell family lived looked gray and sleepy in the cool morning light. Grace paused at the revolving door, took a slow breath, and told herself, "Be calm, be kind, do excellent work." She needed this job, and she wanted to do it well. Her younger brother, Corey, had started college the week before. She was proud of him. Tuition and books were not cheap. Every hour she worked mattered. Inside, the lobby smelled like lemon polish and fresh flowers. A wall-sized aquarium hummed softly, blue light moving over silver fish. The head housekeeper, Mrs. Patel, met Grace with a thin smile and a tablet in her hand. "Welcome," she said in a friendly voice. "You've been hired as a housekeeper and runner for the main residence. We use a household app to log tasks, supplies, and timing. I'll show you." They rode the service elevator up, and Mrs. Patel pointed out the linen room, the staff kitchen, and the small office where the screens showed camera views of entryways and halls. "We keep things professional," she added. "That is the most important rule." When Grace first saw Victor Caldwell, he was in the dining room with his phone on the table and a cup of espresso cooling by his hand. He was a tall man with the sharp, focused look of someone used to hearing yes. He did not look up when Mrs. Patel introduced them. "This is Ms. Daniels," she said. "She'll be helping mornings and early afternoons." Victor nodded once and said without warmth, "Fine. The silver should be cleaned more often. The water glasses look smudged." He did not say hello. He did not ask her name again. He pointed to a tray that had already been polished and added, "Standards here are not flexible." The day moved quickly. Grace learned the walking paths like they were lines on her palm: laundry to master suite, hallway to kitchen, kitchen to media room, and back to storage. She read labels twice, checked lists, and asked short, clear questions. In the afternoon, she received her first direct note from Victor through the app. Replace the wave pattern towels in the guest bath with plain white ones, effective immediately. She did as asked, neatly folding the new towels. 20 minutes. Later, another note appeared. "Where are the wave towels? Put them back." Grace kept her face still and her hands steady. She swapped the towels a second time, logged the change, and kept a mental note. Instructions had been reversed, without reason. In the staff kitchen, the chef, a gentleman named Luis, handed her a glass of water and said softly, "It's always like this on Mondays." He glanced toward the hallway, then back at her. "He picks one person and watches them, like a spotlight. Don't take it to heart." The laundry supervisor, a woman named Kemi, stood at the door with a basket against her hip. "Do your work. Keep records," she said in a low voice. "If a note says the towels must be waved today and plain tomorrow, just log it. The app remembers. So should you." Grace nodded and thanked them both. She did not want to be the person under the spotlight, but she could not control that. She could control her work. At lunch, Grace sat in a quiet corner of the staff room with her thermos of tea and a simple sandwich. She opened her phone and transferred a small amount of money to Corey's account. "Use this for lab fees," she wrote. He replied with a picture of an old textbook and a smiling face. "Thanks, G. I'll pay you back." Grace smiled at the screen. "Your job is to study," she typed back. "My job is to work." She put away her phone, took another slow breath, and returned to the floor. The next morning, the instructions came fast and sharp. "Do not use citrus spray on the wood," Victor wrote at 8:12 a.m. At 8:58 a.m., another note. "Why does the wood smell like dust? Use citrus spray." Grace felt a small knot form under her ribs. She checked the supply shelf, looked at the EI, policy in the app, and decided to do what the latest note asked. She wiped the surface carefully, logged the time and product, and saved a photo as proof. At 10:05 a.m., he appeared in the hallway and spoke in a tone that was cool and public. "You are making mistakes," he said. "You are not paying attention. It's simple. Follow directions." Grace kept her voice even. "Yes, sir." She did not argue. Later, in the storage room, she wrote the times, the words, and her actions in a small paper notebook she kept in her tote. She dated every page. By midweek, a pattern had formed. Victor sent notes that were precise but changeable. He pointed out tiny things and treated them as failures. He compared her pace to a phantom standard. Before, this took 14 minutes. He said that in front of 2 gardeners and the driver. Grace stood with her hands folded and said, "I will improve." She could feel the air grow tense when he entered a room like a string pulled tight. Some staff made themselves invisible, slipping behind doors. Others stood still and silent, waiting for the moment to pass. Grace did not hide, but she did not seek notice either. She finished tasks early when she could, and she always recorded what she did. On Thursday, a small thing turned into a long public moment. A delicate glass vase on a side table had a hairline scratch near the base. Victor saw it and asked, "Who handled this?" He looked at Grace. "Was it you?" Grace had not touched the vase. Her chart showed she had been on a different floor at that time. She felt heat rise in her face but kept her tone quiet. "Sir, I have not moved that vase this week." He lifted his chin. "Things don't scratch themselves." Grace said, "I understand your concern. I can check the maintenance log and the moving records." He stared for a beat and then walked away with a short sound, like a sigh turned inward. Grace stood still for a count of 5, then wrote the time and the exchange in her notebook. She later told Kemi, who said, "Logs remember. Don't worry." The staff app became more than a tool for Grace. It became a shield. She learned how to attach photos to tasks, how to link a product list to a room, and how to add a simple note when instructions changed. Switched from wave to plain towels at 10:42 as requested. Used citrus spray at 8:59 per instruction. She kept her paper notebook too because she trusted paper. On days when her hands shook a little after a hard comment, the act of writing steadied her. Facts were calm. Times and dates did not raise their voices. She let the truth sit quietly on the page. There were small kindnesses that held her together. Luis left a sealed container of soup with her name on it when he knew she skipped lunch to finish a task. The driver, Pete, offered to carry a heavy box to storage and did it with a quick nod, no fuss. Mrs. Patel, who kept her face neutral at all times, murmured once, "I see your notes. They are clear." It was a small sentence, but it meant a lot. Grace answered, "Thank you." She did not ask for more. She did not want to put anyone at risk. She sensed these people had learned to keep their heads down and their records clean. On Friday morning, Grace arrived 10 minutes early. She liked to straighten the staff office before the day began. The screens showed quiet hallways and still rooms. She wiped the desk, placed the pens in a neat row, and checked the app for overnight messages. There was a new directive from Victor. All glass surfaces must be done before 9 a.m. That was different from the usual order. She adjusted her plan, moved fast but careful, and finished with 2 minutes to spare. At 9:10 a.m., another message appeared. "Why are you doing glass so early? Guests are still asleep." Grace looked, at the time, then at the instruction above it. She took a slow breath and typed a brief reply. "Completed as per 7:02 a.m. directive. Will adjust going forward." She attached the time-stamped photo. She did not add emotion. She went back to work. That afternoon brought the hardest moment yet. In the east hallway, while a florist set down a box of white lilies, Victor paused and directed a comment toward Grace in a tone that carried, "Some people think showing up is enough," he said. "It is not." The florist lowered her eyes to the floor. Grace stood with her hands at her sides. She wanted to defend herself, to list every task completed, every minute accounted for. Instead, she chose a different path. "I care about high standards," she said softly. "If there is a specific correction, please tell me. I will fix it." She held his gaze for a second, then looked away, steady and respectful. He said nothing else and continued down the hall. The lilies smelled clean and sweet. Grace wrote the time in her notebook. That evening, when she finally sat on the bus home, the city lights flickered past like stars pulled down close. She opened a free notes app on her phone and typed a simple line. "Today, I kept my calm." Then she added the facts: times, orders, changes, and the hallway moment. She thought about Corey studying in the library, about his future, about the kind of world she wanted him to work in, clear, fair, respectful. She could not control the whole world, but she could control her part in it. She could be steady. She could tell the truth. She could do her work with care. On Saturday, the building was quieter, with fewer staff and no meetings scheduled. Grace took the chance to walk each room slowly and learn the small details, the angle of a picture frame, the exact line where a rug met the floorboard, the way light touched a shelf in the afternoon. She liked getting things right at the level you can feel but not always name. In the staff office, she low. Monday began with a soft gray sky and a light wind that pushed the flags along the avenue. Grace Daniels arrived early again. The same calm steps, the same steady breath. She set her tote in the staff office, checked the household app, and mapped her morning hour by hour. She liked to line up tasks in a clean order: bathrooms, glass, floors, then laundry drop. The app showed a new note from Victor. No floral scents in main rooms. She nodded once, put the lavender cleaner back on the shelf, and chose the unscented bottle. She worked with careful hands and a clear head. By 8:30, she had wiped 2 long hall tables and a glass console without a streak. She took quick time-stamped photos and attached them to her task entries. Kemi passed by with a rolling cart and gave her a small thumbs up. "Smooth start," Kemi said in a low voice. "Keep it steady." Grace smiled, grateful for the brief kindness. She made a quiet plan for the rest of the morning and moved on. At 9, a new note appeared in the app. "Rooms smell flat. Freshen the air before guests arrive." No floral scents, but the air had to feel fresh. Grace paused for a moment and then opened a window in each room, just a few inches. She folded a cotton cloth and wiped the sill edges. When she finished, she logged the change. Windows vented for 10 minutes, as per 9 a.m. note. She attached a photo of the window sensor screen showing the brief opening times. It was a small detail, but it was true, and truth calmed her. Later in the morning, she was checking the guest suite when she heard a voice rise from the hall. It was Victor, brisk and cold, speaking to the florist. "Too many lilies," he said. "I said fewer stems." The florist, a polite woman in a neat apron, replied with care, "We brought exactly what was approved." Victor turned and saw Grace at the doorway. "And this," he said, pointing to a faint mark on the wood near a vase. "How long until someone notices?" Grace stepped forward. "I can take care of it now." She kept her tone even. He did not answer. He moved on, and the florist exhaled slowly. Grace gave the florist a small, kind look and then cleaned the mark, logged the time, and added a note. Treated surface mark at 10:12 a.m. per observation. Lunch came and went in the staff room. Louise set down a pot of soup with a label. Vegetable, low salt. He looked tired but kind. "Eat," he said softly. "You can't pour from an empty cup." Grace thanked him and warmed a small portion. She sent a message to her brother, Corey. "How was your quiz?" He replied with a photo of a small A- in red pen. "I did it." She smiled at the screen. For a moment, the world felt light. In the afternoon, the pace quickened. A new directive popped up. "Use wave towels in all guest baths." Grace adjusted the carts, swapped the towels, and set the edges perfectly straight. 20 minutes later, a second directive. "Wave towels look busy. Use plain." Grace did the swap again without a sigh. She took photos and attached the notes. She wrote the time and change in her paper notebook, too. 2:14 p.m., wave to plain, per second instruction. Facts were simple. Her voice did not need to be loud if the facts were clear. By late day, the staff felt the usual tension that arrived when Victor's meetings ran long. The air grew tight. People moved with quiet steps. The driver, Pete, carried a box in from the service entrance and set it near storage. "Heavy one," he said, then added in a low tone, "You're doing fine, Grace." He did not linger, but the words meant something. Grace lined up the supplies inside the box, labeled each item, and logged the intake in the app. She liked the clean order of rows and labels. It made the world make sense. Tuesday brought a change in the building's rhythm. The elevator opened. In the late morning, and a tall young man stepped out with a carry-on bag and a relaxed jacket. He had warm eyes and a polite smile. This was Ethan Caldwell, Victor's adult son, back from a trip. He greeted the security guard by name and thanked the porter who took his bag. When he passed the staff office, he paused and looked at the wall of schedules and the smart home dashboard that showed temperatures, sensors, and deliveries. He seemed curious, not demanding. He kept moving, but he noticed the little things. Grace saw him once that day in the main hallway. He gave a small friendly nod that said, "I see you," not "I see your job." She returned the nod and continued to the laundry drop. She had heard about him from the others. He was more open, less sharp, and careful with words. She did not build stories in her head about people she did not know, but she thought, it is good to be greeted like a person. The rest of Tuesday brought the usual small storms. Victor left 2 quick notes in the app just minutes apart. Dining chairs should be 1 inch closer to the table edge. Then, chairs are too close, pull them back. Grace made the changes without rolling her eyes, though she felt the edge of a headache. She set a small timer to remind herself to drink water. She took a slow drink and kept going. In the late afternoon, while she polished a steel railing, she heard Victor speak in a tone that carried down the marble hall. "Simple tasks are becoming complicated," he said to no one in particular. 2 contractors looked up and then away. Grace kept her hands moving. Later, she noted the comment in her small notebook and let the tension drain from her shoulders. That evening, as the city turned gold and then blue, Grace filled out her personal log with times and dates. She wrote, "Change towels twice per notes, and chairs adjusted twice per notes." She kept her words plain and straight. She looked at her draft email titled Resignation that she had written weeks ago after a hard day. It sat there like a door she could open at any time. She imagined walking through it. She imagined telling Corey, "I left." But then she imagined the rent, the tuition, the promise she made to herself to stay calm and do excellent work. She closed the draft. Not yet, she thought. Not when the truth is with me. On Wednesday morning, Victor held a brief breakfast in the smaller dining room for a business guest and a foundation advisor. Grace moved with quiet speed, laying out clean linen, simple white cups, and a small plate of fruit. Louise placed the warm bread and took a step back. Ethan came in a moment later and sat at the far end, checking a message on his phone and smiling at something he read. When Victor entered, The room cooled by a few degrees. He did not look at Grace, but his presence filled the space. During the meal, he made two small comments aimed at Grace, not unkind by volume, but heavy by tone. "The water should already be poured," he said. Then, after she poured it, "Why pour before guests sit?" Ethan looked up at that second comment. His eyes flicked from his father to Grace and back. Grace kept her face neutral, placed the carafe down, and stepped away. She did not rush. She did not freeze. She just moved to the next small task and did it well. After the guests left, Ethan stayed behind for a moment. He said in a normal, respectful voice, "Thank you for the setup. The room looked very good." He did not say it loudly. He did not make it a performance. He said it as one person to another. Grace nodded. "Thank you." She returned to the staff office and wrote down the breakfast times and the small exchange. The words sat still on the page and helped her breathe. That afternoon, Ethan walked the halls with Mrs. Patel to review a small renovation plan for the media room. He listened more than he talked. He asked two simple questions about traffic flow and light. At one point, he paused near the staff office and looked at the smart home dashboard again. "We keep the logs to track systems," Mrs. Patel said. Voice neutral. Ethan nodded, still looking. He did not ask for anything then, but something in his face said he was taking in the room and the details quietly. By Thursday, the pattern felt like a drumbeat. Sharp notes, mixed directions, a spotlight that warmed into heat if you stood in it. In the East Hall, Victor found a tiny fingerprint on a framed photo and spoke in that same cool tone. "Carelessness spreads," he said. The words hung in the air like a thin fog. Grace had checked that frame earlier. She had wiped it, then wiped again. Maybe someone else had brushed it. Maybe the print was from earlier. She did not argue. She cleaned the glass again. She wrote the time. She moved on. But a moment later, in a quieter corner near the linen room, her breath caught. For a second, she wanted to sit down on the floor and rest her head against the cool wall. She did not do it. She stood, breathed in for 4 counts, out for 6, and felt the tightness ease. Luis stepped out of the staff kitchen and saw the edges of her tired face. He handed her a sealed bottle of water and a small note. "You are doing enough." She felt tears press behind her eyes, but did not let them fall. She nodded her thanks, pressed her fingers to the cool bottle, and returned to work. That evening, the staff had a quiet 5-minute break near the back loading area. Kemi, Pete, and the gardener, Alma, stood in a small circle with Grace. They did not complain in loud voices. They spoke facts. "The app has every message," Kemi said. "Times, changes, all of it." Pete added, "Cameras hit the entrances. They show who touched what and when." Alma said, "We can speak honestly if asked. We will say only what we saw." Grace listened and felt less alone. "Thank you," she said. "I am writing everything down." She tapped her tote where her small notebook lived. They nodded. The break ended. Everyone went back to their tasks. Friday arrived with a bright, clear sky. Grace woke before her alarm and felt a calm she could not fully explain. She ironed her uniform, tied her hair neatly, and looked at herself in the mirror. The morning felt bright and light like a clean page. Grace Daniels arrived with her usual calm. She checked the household app and started her routine. Opened the blinds a little, checked the glass tables, wiped the railings, and placed the folded towels in careful stacks. The hallway smelled like fresh air because she had opened the windows for a few minutes, just as she did every day. She moved with that steady grace that made people relax without knowing why. At 9:15, she stepped into the library with a small basket of cloths. The room was quiet except for the soft hum of the air system. A long wooden table ran along one wall. On the corner of that table, a thin line caught the light, like a pale thread in the wood. Grace leaned closer. It looked like a faint scratch. She made a small note to tell maintenance later, then continued dusting the shelves. She was still in the library when Victor's voice came from the doorway. "What happened here?" he said, pointing directly at the thin line. His tone was cool and even, but it carried weight. "Who touched this?" Grace turned, cloth in hand. "Sir, I noticed the scratch this morning," she said gently. "I have not used this table this week." Victor's eyes narrowed a little. "Things don't damage themselves." He looked at her uniform, then at the cloth, then back at the table. "We don't accept carelessness." Grace kept her voice calm and clear. "I understand. I can ask maintenance about recent moves. There was a furniture delivery last week." Victor shook his head slightly, as if the explanation did not matter. "This is not acceptable," he said. His words hung in the air, and then he turned and walked out. Grace looked at the table for another second. She felt heat rise at the back of her neck. She breathed in slowly, out slowly. Then she took a photo of the mark with the app, attached it to the day's notes, and wrote in her paper notebook, 9:16 a.m., library table scratch observed not. Handled by me this week. We'll check maintenance. Ethan Caldwell had walked past the library just in time to hear the exchange. He did not step in, but his eyes followed his father down the hall. He waited a few seconds, then quietly entered the room. "Good morning," he said in an easy voice. Grace paused and gave a small nod. "Good morning." He walked to the table and looked at the faint line. "When did this happen?" "I saw it today," she said. "There was a furniture move last week. The movers were in this room." Ethan looked at the table again. He did not speak quickly. "Thank you," he said simply. "I'll check the logs." He left the library and went straight to the staff office, where the smart home dashboard sat on the wall like a calm, glowing map. Mrs. Patel stood there with her tablet reviewing linen orders. Ethan's voice was even. "May I review the maintenance and delivery logs for last week?" Mrs. Patel's face stayed professional, but her eyes showed a hint of relief that someone would look at facts. "Of course," she said. "We store them by date and room. The system records who scanned in and at what time. Together, they pulled up the log for the day the movers came. The screen showed a clear line of entries. Furniture company arrival at 2:02 p.m., entry to library at 2:08 p.m., exit at 2:31 p.m. There was also a brief maintenance ticket 2 days later, labeled Adjust Table Level Library. Mrs. Patel tapped another tab and brought up camera stills for the library doorway. The system did not show inside the room for privacy, but it showed who went in and out. 2 movers entered with a protective blanket and a tool case. They left with the blanket folded over one arm, the tool case closed. "Could I get a short summary exported?" Ethan asked. "Just the times and the ticket." "Yes," Mrs. Patel said. "We can generate a report." She clicked a few steps and the printer began to hum. Ethan read the simple page as it slid out. Dates, times, short descriptions. He ran his finger along the maintenance ticket number, then folded the paper once and put it in a folder. His face did not show victory. It showed attention. It said, "I am watching, and I will be fair." He thanked Mrs. Patel and went next to the small office where the household app could be viewed in manager mode. With permission, he opened the task history for the library. He saw Grace's entry from that morning. "Observe scratch at 9:16 a.m., photo attached, will follow up." He tapped the photo and saw the faint line, clear and small. He scrolled further and found earlier back and forth notes about towels, cleaners, and chairs, all simple, all precise. He noticed how often the instructions changed by the hour. He saw use citrus spray, followed by do not use citrus spray. He saw chairs closer, followed by chairs farther. He also saw that Grace attached photos and timestamps to many tasks. She did not argue. She showed proof. Ethan sat for a moment with his hands folded. He thought about the breakfast the day before, the water-pouring comment, the cooling silence that entered rooms like a draft when his father walked in. He remembered being younger, noticing how staff disappeared into corners to avoid being seen. He had always told himself he would be a different kind of leader when it was his turn. Now he could feel that quiet promise wake up and stand. He took a careful step next. He asked Mrs. Patel if he could speak with Grace in a private, respectful way during her break. Mrs. Patel checked the schedule and nodded. She has 10 minutes at 2. Ethan thanked her and left the office, moving through the hall with a thoughtful pace. At 2 o'clock, Grace entered the staff room with her thermos and sat at the small table near the window. Ethan knocked lightly at the open door. "May I join you for a minute?" Grace looked up, alert but not afraid. "Yes," she said. He sat across from her with his folder closed in front of him. He did not lean in. He kept his voice even. "I wanted to ask about your notes," he said. "I've looked at some logs related to the library table. I also noticed you keep a careful record in the app. I respect that." He paused. "Do you also keep a paper log?" Grace nodded slowly. "Yes. Would you be comfortable sharing a few entries?" he asked. "Only if you want to. I want to understand patterns, not blame people." Grace studied his face for a second. Something in his tone felt steady and safe. She reached into her tote and brought out the small notebook with dates lined across the top of each page. She turned to the current week and showed him 3 simple lists: times, tasks, notes about changed directions. There were no long sentences. There were no angry words. There were only facts. Ethan read silently for a minute. "Thank you," he said. "This is clear. You are very organized." "I try to be," she said quietly. He closed the folder and looked at her directly. "I want to address what is happening. I also want to do it the right way. It has to be about standards, fairness, and dignity, not about winning a moment in a hallway." Grace felt a small wave of relief move through her chest. "I understand," she said. "I don't want to fight. I want fair rules. I want to do my job well." He nodded. "That's exactly right." He took a breath. "Would you be comfortable if I spoke with a few colleagues, only those who are willing, to gather short factual statements? No pressure on anyone." "Yes," she said, "as long as it is voluntary. People are scared of losing work." "It will be voluntary," he said, "and I'll make sure there is no retaliation. I will bring in our foundation's HR advisor to guide this. It needs a clear path." For the rest of the afternoon, Ethan moved with quiet purpose. He asked Kemi if she would share any facts she felt okay sharing. Kemi nodded and wrote a short note. Towel directives changed twice on Tuesday. Ms. Daniels completed both changes promptly, timestamps attached. Luis wrote a simple line. Observed mixed instructions at breakfast. Ms. Daniels remained calm and professional. Pete, the driver, wrote, delivered supply box, saw Ms. Daniels label and log correctly, later heard comment that suggested failure without specifics. Ethan did not push anyone. He thanked them for any note, even if it was just one line. He made sure each person knew they could say no. He kept the notes in his folder with the printed logs and the maintenance ticket. In the evening, he called the Foundation's HR advisor, a woman named Dana who spoke in a balanced, practical way. If you want this to be fair, Dana said, you need to present clear documentation and a proposed code of conduct for the residents. You also need to protect the employee from retaliation while this is addressed. I agree, Ethan said. Can you help me structure it? Yes, Dana said. I'll outline steps tonight and send you a draft. Keep your language neutral and fact-based. No labels, no judgment, Just standards, records, and solutions. Ethan sat at his desk with a legal pad and wrote the heading, Household Conduct and Standards, Draft. He listed simple points. In plain words, respect in tone and language, clear written instructions, no mid-task changes without a reason documented, no public criticism, use of logs to resolve disputes, open door policy for concerns, no retaliation. He looked at the list and felt that quiet promise inside him grow stronger. The next morning, he asked Mrs. Patel to reserve the small conference room for a family meeting that afternoon. He invited his father, the family's legal counsel, Dana, the HR advisor, and Mrs. Patel as the household lead. He kept his message short. I'd like to review household standards and resolve a few process issues. 4:30 p.m. Small conference room. When the time came, he stood outside the glass door for a second and looked at his reflection. He did not want to perform. He wanted to help the house breathe again. He wanted people to feel safe to do good work. He wanted his father to see that respect was no. The small conference room felt cooler than the rest of the floor, as if the walls saved quiet for serious talks. Ethan placed his folder on the table and waited until everyone had taken a seat. Victor came in last, his expression firm and unreadable. Mrs. Patel sat with her tablet in front of her. Dana, the HR advisor, arranged a neat stack of papers. The legal counsel opened a laptop and looked ready to type whatever needed to be captured. Thank you for joining, Ethan said in a calm voice. I want to review a few facts about our household process and then propose simple standards that protect high quality and protect people. This is about clarity, respect, and steady results. He slid the first document forward, the delivery and maintenance log from the library. Last week, movers entered the library at 2:08 p.m. and left at 2:31 p.m. 2 days later, there was a ticket to adjust the table level. He didn't name anyone. He didn't raise his voice. He let the page do the work. This supports the observation that the scratch on the table likely happened during a furniture move, not during routine cleaning. Victor's jaw shifted slightly. I expect excellence, he said. That table is valuable. I won't accept carelessness. I agree about excellence, Ethan replied, steady. And I think excellence is easier when directions are consistent and disputes are resolved with records. We have those records. He placed a second set of pages in the center. Here are examples from the app. Do not use citrus spray at 8:12 a.m. Use citrus spray at 8:58 a.m. Chairs closer to table edge, followed by chairs are too close. Pull them back. Wave towels followed by plain towels within the hour. Each time, the task was completed and photos with timestamps were attached. Dana leaned forward. Her voice was practical and even. High standards are healthy. Unpredictable instructions make people guess. Guessing leads to errors and stress. The logs show repeated reversals without documented reasons. We can fix that. We can build a simple rule. If instructions change mid-task, a reason is recorded in the app, and the change is scheduled at a reasonable time, unless it's urgent. Mrs. Patel spoke softly, careful to stay on the line of fact. When directions are clear and stable, we finish more and fix less. Victor looked from the pages to his son. This feels like theater, he said. I give direction. People follow. That is how excellence happens. Ethan didn't react to the tone. He kept his voice calm. Excellence also happens when people know what success looks like and they aren't corrected in public for following yesterday's rule. We can lead with both quality and dignity. He slid the draft policy forward. The headings were simple. The words plain. Respectful tone. Clear written instructions. No public criticism. Use of logs to resolve disputes. No retaliation. An open door hour each week for staff concerns, and a simple change reason field in the app. The legal counsel glanced through the pages and nodded once at the structure. This is clear, he said. It's consistent with best practices. Victor's eyes cooled. This is my home. he said. If I don't like how someone works here, I remove them. That is also a best practice. A thin silence entered the room. It felt like the air itself took a careful step back. Dana didn't flinch. You have that right, she said. And we also have a duty to use fair process. Your foundation's values speak about dignity and fairness. This house can model those values. Clear records help everyone. Victor's voice sharpened by a small degree. Then let me be clear. I don't think Miss Daniels is the right fit. I want her employment ended. It was as if a wire snapped somewhere unseen. For one breath, the room felt colder. Mrs. Patel's hand paused over her tablet. The legal counsel stopped typing. Ethan's face didn't change much, but something strong moved behind his eyes, like a door opening to a steady light. With respect, Ethan said, we will not terminate anyone while we are using the logs to find the truth and improve the process. We will do this right. He kept his tone even. The library record shows the scratch likely happened during a move. The app shows Ms. Daniels followed each instruction, even when the instruction reversed. She documented her work with photos and timestamps. We are not removing a person who did what we asked. Victor looked at his son as if measuring him across a long table. You're protecting her from consequences. I'm protecting all of us from unfairness, Ethan said. That includes you. Clear systems protect leaders too. They turn feelings into facts. They make the house stronger. Dana added, calm and firm. We recommend a short, focused review. During that time, no one is punished for coming forward. We adopt the code of conduct, and we stop public criticism. We also add a reason for change field in the app so reversals are explained. If someone needs correction, it happens in a private, respectful check-in with action steps. The legal counsel cleared his throat gently. Adopting a simple code and a fair review reduces risk. It also aligns the home with the foundation's written values. Victor sat back in his chair. For a moment, he said nothing. His silence was not surrender. It was a calculation. He turned a page of the draft policy with one finger, reading the line about no public criticism. He looked up. So I'm to say nothing. When I see a problem. You address problems, Ethan said. In private, with specifics, and with the app as a shared reference. You ask for the correction. You don't turn a person into the problem. Victor's mouth tightened. This house used to run on speed. It will still run on speed, Ethan said. It will also run on clarity. Dana pushed a second document across the table. A short plan labeled Interim Steps, 2 weeks. It listed daily quiet check-ins between Mrs. Patel and staff to collect any issues. All instruction changes documented with reasons. One private 20-minute review each week with each team member on goals and feedback, and a hold on any employment decisions until the review concluded. At the bottom, in clear print, it read, no retaliation for participating. Victor tapped the table with one finger. And Ms. Daniels? She continues in her role, Ethan said. Her schedule will be stable. She will be given instructions in writing. If something needs to change, the reason will be recorded. And what if she fails? Victor asked. Then we will have records that show where and how, Ethan said. We'll coach. If it still fails, we'll act. But we won't skip the steps. Another pause. Then Victor made a small, cool sound. Fine, he said. 2 weeks. The near break had passed, but the room still felt fragile, like glass set on a thin table. Ethan nodded once. Thank you. He gathered the papers and turned to Dana. Please send this policy for signature tonight. We'll announce interim steps to the staff before end of day. The meeting ended in a quiet shuffle of chairs. Victor left first. The legal counsel snapped his laptop shut and followed. Dana put her notes in a slim folder and gave Ethan a look that said, keep going. Mrs. Patel exhaled slowly, relief passing over her face like a soft shadow moving on water. Outside, the afternoon light lay pale on the hall. Grace stood halfway, down the corridor with a fresh cloth in her hand, polishing a brass rail. She did not look toward the door. She did not turn her head. She moved the cloth in steady, small circles, finishing what she started. When Mrs. Patel reached her, she spoke in a low, even voice. "We'll have a short staff meeting in the service. Alcove at 4:30. "Yes, ma'am," Grace said softly. At 4:30, the staff gathered near the loading entrance where fresh air from the alley felt honest and cool. Ethan stood with Dana and Mrs. Patel. He spoke simply. No flourish, no long speech. "We are adopting a clear conduct policy for this house. From today, instructions are given in writing. If they change, the reason is recorded. Correction happens in private. We will not accept public disrespect. We will not punish anyone for telling the truth. Over the next 2 weeks, we will review our process and make it better." He looked at the group, not over them. "We want excellence. We also want dignity. Those two things do not fight each other. They help each other." People did not cheer. This was not a cheering kind of place, but shoulders eased, eyes lifted. Kemi's chin rose a small, brave inch. Luis murmured, "Good," under his breath. Pete nodded once, slow and firm. Grace listened with her hands folded, the cloth tucked neatly into her apron pocket. The words felt like water in dry soil. Quiet, needed, real. After the meeting, Dana asked Grace to step aside for a short private check-in. They stood near the staff office door where the smart home dashboard glowed gently. "Thank you for your patience," Dana said. "I'm sorry this has been hard. You documented with care. That helps everyone, leaders included." Grace kept her voice low and even. "I want to do my work well. I want clear rules." "You're going to get them," Dana said. "If anyone speaks to you in a way that feels wrong, note it and let Mrs. Patel or me know. We'll handle it. You won't be alone in this." Grace nodded. "Thank you." When Grace returned to her tasks, she felt the same tiredness in her legs she always felt by late afternoon. But under it, something new stood up. A small, quiet steadiness with its own weight. She opened a window a few inches, let the air move. Through, and then closed it again. She checked the app. The next task said, "Guest bath restock, plain towels. Reason, simplify visual lines for upcoming event." The reason line made her smile. It was such a small thing, a simple extra string of words. But those words made the instruction feel fair. She folded the plain towels with sharp corners and set them on. The next 2 weeks moved like steady steps on a long hallway. Every morning, Grace checked the app and saw not just tasks, but reasons. Plain towels in guest bath. Reason, minimal look for event. No citrus spray on wood. Reason, finish, reacts. When instructions changed, the app showed a short line. Change approved by Mrs. Patel. Reason, guest allergy. The new words were small, but they made the whole house feel different. They took the guesswork out of simple work. They made the goals clear. Mrs. Patel held quiet check-ins at the start of each day. She stood with a tablet and listened, not rushing anyone. Kemi would say, "The dryer in the East Laundry makes a rattle." Luis would add, "Breakfast setup needs a 5-minute bump earlier on Thursdays." Pete might say, "Delivery window moved by 30 minutes. Grace spoke, only when needed. Polish leaves small residue on the bronze rail, switched product, attaching photo. Each note went into the system. Nothing was lost in the air. On the 3rd day, a small test came. A guest asked for a last-minute room change. In the old days, this would have triggered a wave of mixed orders and sharp comments. Now Mrs. Patel used the app to push a clear update. Switch guest setup from Suite B to Suite D. Reason, accessibility. She assigned tasks to the right people, added time estimates, and asked for one confirmation from each person. Grace refreshed towels, Kemi swapped linens, Louise sent up a kettle, and Pete helped move the luggage with care. The job was done in 20 minutes with no raised voices. When Grace attached her final photo, she felt a quiet pride in the simple word, complete. The private corrections rule also changed the air. On Thursday, Mrs. Patel asked Grace to step into the small office. The tone was warm and practical. 2 glasses had faint watermarks in the library yesterday, she said. I know you move fast for the room change. Can we add a slow final wipe? Grace nodded. Yes, I can use the dry cloth step every time. Mrs. Patel smiled a little. Thank you. It lasted 2 minutes, and it was done. Grace walked out feeling clear, not small. Ethan kept his promise to watch closely. He walked the halls not like a judge, but like a steward. He checked the reason for change lines and smiled when staff used them well. He made time for an open-door hour every week at the long table in the small conference room. Anyone could step in and share a thought or a fix. Some days no one came. Some days 3 people came and left lighter. He never rushed them. He took notes and turned the notes into small steps that showed up in the app a day or 2 later. People learned that words could become action. Victor stayed distant at first. He read the daily summaries Dana sent and wrote short replies like noted and proceed. He stopped making public comments even when his face showed impatience. Twice he began to speak in a hall, caught himself, and said nothing. The tay. Silence felt heavy in the moment, but it was better than the old sharpness. The staff noticed. The house noticed. Even the air felt less tense. In the second week, Dana gathered numbers. She compared task times, error corrections, and guest notes from before and after the interim steps. The numbers were simple: fewer reversals, faster completion, fewer unclear instruction flags, and more done on first try ticks. She printed 2 pages and brought them to Ethan. This is what clarity does, she said. It saves time and lifts people. Let's show him, Ethan said. On the last day of the review, they met again in the small conference room. The triage light was soft. The table felt friendlier than before. Mrs. Patel sat with her tablet, calm and steady. The legal counsel opened his laptop. Dana placed a simple packet in front of each seat. Victor arrived, expression cool but measured. Ethan began in the same calm voice. These 2 weeks gave us real data, he said. Fewer reversals, faster. Setups, fewer public tense moments. We kept our standards and added stability. It worked. Dana slid the numbers forward. Staff also reported feeling less nervous about surprise changes. That leads to better focus on details. She kept her tone balanced and simple, like she was reading the weather. Ethan then placed another small document on the table. We also reviewed time logs for the last quarter. His voice stayed even. The logs showed a pattern of unrecorded minutes that added up for some roles. We made adjustments. Back pay will be issued to 3 staff members, including Ms. Daniels, for overtime that was not properly logged before the app changes. Mrs. Patel's eyes softened. The legal counsel nodded. Good governance, he said quietly. Victor looked at the figures and then at Ethan. So I'm paying more now because the system is more honest. You're paying what was earned, Ethan said. We're also saving in other places because we fix fewer mistakes. The net effect is strength. Another pause. Then Ethan did something that mattered more than charts. He opened his folder and took out one time-stamped photo, the library table scratch. He placed it in front of Victor. This was our starting point, he said. We jumped to blame. The record showed a different story. The movers made a mistake. The maintenance ticket followed. The staff member who was spoken to harshly did not cause the problem. She did her work well, documented it, and stayed calm. The room held a quiet, like the space after a bell stops ringing. Victor's eyes stayed on the photo for a long second. He exhaled, not loudly, but in a way that said the air inside him was changing shape. He looked up at Ethan, then at Dana, then at Mrs. Patel. "I see," he said. He turned to Ethan again. "You said this is also about protecting leaders." "It is," Ethan replied. "When we lead with records, we don't carry the weight of being right by force. We let the facts lift with us." Victor's next step surprised everyone a little, including himself. "Please ask Ms. Daniels to meet me in the library in 20 minutes, he said. His tone had no ice, only focus. "And then schedule a full staff meet for 5 o'clock. In the library, the afternoon light touched the wood and the long shelves like a kind hand. Grace stood just inside the door, hands folded, calm and neat as always. Victor faced her beside the table where the faint lines still showed under certain angles. "Miss Daniels," Victor said, and his voice was different, wider as if it had more room in it. "I spoke to you in ways that were not fair. I blamed you for a mark you did not make. The records showed the truth. I'm sorry." Grace felt a small warmth move through her chest. She did not fill the space with extra words. She said, gentle and clear, "Thank you." Then, "I care about doing good work." "I can see that," he said. He glanced at the table and then back at her. "We are adopting the new conduct policy. I will follow it." Grace nodded once. "That will help everyone." At 5 o'clock, the staff gathered near the loading entrance again. The same place where fresh air moved and people could breathe easily. Ethan stood with Dana and Mrs. Patel. This time, Victor stood with them. He did not stand in front, he stood beside. Ethan spoke first. "The interim steps become the permanent way we work," he said. "The conduct policy is now in effect. It applies to everyone, including family." Victor stepped forward a small half step. "I value excellence," he said, and then he paused, choosing his next words with care. "I have sometimes chased it the wrong way. That ends now. You have my word we will use clear instructions, private corrections, and our logs to guide decisions. No one here is beneath respect." A quiet ripple moved through the group, something like relief mixed with surprise. Luis looked down and smiled. Kemi's eyes shone. Pete's shoulders eased like a knot working loose. Dana added the practical details. Back pay will be issued to 3 staff for previously unrecorded overtime. Schedules will be posted 2 weeks in advance. The open door hour will continue. If anything feels wrong, you can raise it without fear. The policy protects you. The logs support you. Ethan wasn't finished. "One more thing," he said. "Our family foundation will launch a small workplace dignity initiative this fall. It will provide grants to organizations that support domestic workers with training, financial literacy, and fair work practices. The home is not just a private place. It can be an example. We want to help others build systems that are clear and kind." No one clapped. That was not the style in this house, but the air felt like someone had opened a window that had been stuck for years. It felt new. After the meeting, Mrs. Patel asked Grace to stop by the staff office for a quick talk. Grace stepped in, and the smart home dashboard glowed softly on the wall. Mrs. Patel held a simple letter on Caldwell letterhead. "We are updating our team structure," she said, and there was pride in her voice. "You are being promoted to household operations lead. Your calm records and steady work made us better. The role includes a raise, a small team to organize, in the mornings, and a new training plan you can help shape for new hires." For a heartbeat, Grace could not speak. Then she smiled, warm and genuine. "Thank you," she said. "I will do my best." "I know you will," Mrs. Patel replied. "You already have." In the weeks that followed, Grace's days did not become easy. They became meaningful. She coached a new housekeeper on the three-step glass method: clean, dry, inspect. She set up a simple 5-minute finish habit for rooms, a slow walk-through to catch tiny things. She worked with Kemi to create a linen rotation that saved time and kept shelves even. She asked Luis to write a one-page guide for breakfast, setups, so even new staff could get it right on day one. Each small piece clicked into place with the others. The hows,